G'day, Sammy. How you doing? How are all you gadunts doing? My goodness, it's Friday morning. G'day, Cam. Already donating to the community goal, I see. What up, Axe? Sheesh, jump scare. They're the only types I know. Like, do you jump any other way? I'm doing well. How you doing, Cam? Was not expecting a hypno jump scare. Always expect the hypno jump scare. Always. How are you doing today, Axe? Bad. I got a parking fine outside my work whilst loading monitors into my car. I was in a loading bay. You should just go to the station and be like, hey, like, what? So I had to get CCTV for my work to fight this ticket, and they got the footage of me nearly dropping this $150 monitor on the ground. That's not good. Let's see. G'day, Patrick. How's things? Let's get rid of that. I don't need starting soon up anymore. Not anymore. We got ads about to hit too. Mostly fine? Nice. That's all we can hope for. You have a hole in your head? Many. So, that there, that's actually just like, it's not displaying, like, it's trying to render the blue, but the sunset behind me is a lot brighter than my hologram projection. So it's like coming through the projection. Yeah. It happens everywhere, like over here too. There'll like be a hole in my hand. So, yeah. Yeah. That's just what happens. It's just what happens. It's light. It's light. How you doing, Skate? Where are we up to on that community goal? We're not at 20% yet. We're at 19% and there's 24 days left. 24 days left to contribute to get us to the birthday stream. While these ads go, we're just going to play connections. I watched Kingpin last night. Rewatched after years and years. Oh my god. It's still just as good. And there's things in there that I didn't pick up on when I first saw it. Yes. Complex, delicate operation. No. No. I'm coming out of retirement. Game dev and cooking stream tomorrow. What are you cooking? What? I got no idea what these are. G'day, Libericon. How are you doing? Don't know what you're cooking tomorrow yet? You should probably figure that out so that you can get the ingredients ready. That's generally important for a cooking stream. It'll be at about 9 PM my time when I've been working for 8 hours. Still, you gotta figure it out. Goodness Christ, the bots on Kick are going hard, aren't they? You can go stream in the shops. They're going to do an IR. Just be sure not to be a nuisance. Mousetrap, Mastermind, Operation Situation. They're all games. Oh my god. That is a good one, Liberico. Oh. No. One away. One away. I'm going to say it's not situation. Sorry. Classic board games. Do the good old IRL again. Cavino got my skilled. Now what? Pillow. No. Thanks for the lurk, Cam. Baby pillow, small sweet. What's the connection there? What's up, Im? How you doing? Talk. Ah, I see. I see. Something talk. Smart. Smart. Doing good. Good to hear. Situation, status, story, deal. And then delicate, sticky, tough, complex. Nice. Nice. Alright, we're bug fixing. We need to finish this bug off. How's game going? It's going good. We've got 3 bugs left to fix. And then after we've fixed these 3, we've basically just got like data set up. As well as this here, which is a new feature. But yeah, once we have all of this done, our play test is ready. G'day, David. How's things? Thank you for contributing to the community goal there. Get that birthday stream underway. Is it going to be through Steam or what? Yes. Yeah, I'm going to do the playtest through Steam. Because that way I can get a build up on Steam. I can make sure everything works through Steam on Windows and Linux. And because I have a version of the game up on Steam, when it comes to the demo in February, I don't have to go through the like 14-day approximate waiting period of like verification and stuff. I can just update the playtest version, like update the build that's there for the playtest. And yeah. They're going to need a 3rd monitor, but can't decide the size. How big are your current 2 monitors? How many monitors do you use? I only have 2. There's only 2. Welcome back, Behanaut. How are you doing? How goes the things? Base ordering screen. Yeah. Playing Spore as a vulture. You can do that? You have a 20-inch 1080p and a 34-inch widescreen. So obviously a 34-inch widescreen is going to be center. Is the 34-inch a curved monitor? Making another 20-inch in portrait. I was going to suggest taking the current 20-inch and making that portrait. What do you need this monitor for? What's primarily going to be displayed there? Made my creature look like a vulture. Sadly, I can't scavenge. Right. Okay. I understand now. Alright, so we were redoing this. That's what we were doing. Dictionary box size to a dictionary of a num item or the line item. Most video monitoring when I'm streaming or recording. So it's going to have your, like the stream up. So for instance, on my second monitor, I have my stream up in like the top corner just to see when, like, if anything goes wrong. Or are you talking about having OBS in that spot? Yes, I'll have my stream and chat showing over there. Okay. Makes sense because you've only got the one monitor that you would reasonably be able to play it in. What goes on the 20-inch monitor? Like, yeah, so I know, like, so you've got two monitors at the moment. You're getting a third monitor. Your third monitor you're going to use to monitor your stream and the chat. Correct? Alright, so the current 20-inch monitor, when you get this new monitor, the current 20-inch monitor, what's that going to do? I'm just trying to figure out if it's worth it, if that makes sense. Also, are you on Windows or Linux? Windows? Okay. That depends on if the new monitor looks better. Okay, so let me put it to you this way. One of your secondary, like either your second or your third monitor, will have your stream and the chat open. Okay, so that's one of your monitors that's not your primary. Okay, what's the other monitor? If you do go to 3 monitors, what's the other monitor going to display on it? Like what? I'm basically trying to get you to think about why you need this extra monitor. It's where I do the work that I want to on stream. Isn't that what you do on your primary monitor? Like your primary monitor is where you do your work and what you stream and such. And then your secondary monitor would be the chats and the video and whatnot. Since it's ultra wide, it just collects all the crud I'm waiting to do. You can select an area in OBS, can't you? So, like, you can have, like, a portion of your ultra-wide 34-inch captured for streaming, can't you? Hello, McCory, how you doing? I could just do with 2 if they were both 16:9. Because, yeah, that's what I've got. I've got two 1440p 32-inch. And that's all I need. The only thing that I've thought about getting... the only thing I've thought about getting... would be... thin 1080p monitor. No. What are they? Thin 12-inch monitor. Why can't I find them? Oh, what are they called? They're 480 by 1920. These kinds of things. I've thought about getting something like this. And just putting that, like, above things here. And having that display all of my chats and stuff. No? That's one thing I've thought about. Could do a portable, where my 20-inch. Didn't think of that. I only need to see the stream and chat. Yeah, exactly. Oh, closer into that small wide screen. That may be what I need. Possibly. Have database SQL MongoDB final. Nice. Nice. You know all about your different database thingamajigs. Like, oh, what was it? I forget what they're called, but they're like they're the different numbers. There's like a 3 and a 3.5 and a 2. And it's like how well your database is structured, sort of thing. Oh my god, I forget what they're called. No, it's not GPA, it's like... Oh my god, I forget what it's called. Relational database. States. Windows try not to put AI in Windows 11. Challenge level? Impossible. Oh my god, I forget what it's called. But it's like an evaluation system. Oh my god, I completely forget what it's called. It was some stupid arbitrary numbering system where they're like, if your database is structured like this, then you have a database of like, with a structure of 2. Some shit like that. It was some stupid thing. Item quantity. I think that was the issue with this. It's not item quantity that I want. Box size. What's this? This one is box size, line item, order line item. Down here is not going to be box size and then that. It's going to create a new dictionary, which will be the line item 1 if order line items get box size as line item. What up, Giddy? How you doing? So if the order line items does not have line item inside box size, then what we want to do is go order line items get box size. What up, Creeper? How you doing? Order line items gets box size set line item 1. And this will do get box size set line item to order line items get box size get line item +1. And what we do in here is we can create these. Lovely. Try not to break my Linux install again and install stuff. So you're going to break your Linux install again. Yep. Still got 8GB free SMH after installing a bunch of stuff. Let's see. How do you report? Out of the little 20, hang on, still got 8GB free after installing a bunch of stuff out of the 20GB. What have you installed? I mean, I know the ISO size isn't going to be... The ISO size isn't going to be very... I mean, after install would probably be about 4 gig. Depending on what applications and what window manager and desktop environment stuff you go with. Steam being literally the biggest thing I installed to try stuff. And did you install anything through Steam? Like, have you installed any games and whatnot? Let's see. So we get the box size and we set line item to that. Because this is going to be a dictionary of a num's box size and a dictionary of a num's line item int. I'm literally installing Undertale right now. That's not big. I wonder if I do line items, get line item, can I just queue free there? Because that's not going to change. That's not going to change the dictionary in any way. It's just going to go, the value assigned in this spot is now queued to be freed later on. And then down here, we don't need to do this anymore. And over here, this here is the incorrect bit. Because it's not container data here. Geez, Tomcats is really going off on the bots, aren't they? Give me 2 seconds. Um, there we go. We're installing Undertale right now. How big is Undertale? It's like... Undertale's like a couple hundred megabytes, isn't it? If that. It's less than 100 megabytes. Because it's a 640 by 640 or something like that, isn't it? Or a 360 by 480 display that's then just 100 megabytes. Yeah. Oh, actually, that's a good idea. I just need to update some stuff on Kick. The Kick bots at the moment are going all out. Well, not the Kick bots, but one specific person on Kick. There we go. Take care of that. Downloading content when I want to launch after install. I'm gonna download this game. Finishes downloading. I'm gonna play this game. One moment, please. We're downloading content. I just told you to download, and you told me you finished downloading. Okay, so we got a nums box size, we got container data. These ones. Ah, yeah, Steam Linux runtime. Ah, yeah, so it's like, yep. So it's setting up the Proton compatibility stuff. Ow. So... yeah, so 4-line item in that. What we need to do is go... quantity is order, get box size, get item. You go, while quantity is greater than 0, you do this. So that should be good. That should be all we need. Let's double check this. Double check. Up next, Undertale 120 megabytes. Completed, Undertale 120 megabytes. Alright, so... we get those two. There we go. That's base order screen 40. Dictionary int dictionary. Out of bounds index 13. Line 40. Ah, yep. Okay. Get data box size. get line item quantity there we go. Easy. Easy. Azaz pizzazz. Okay, nil and int operator. Base order screen 72. Nil and int operator on 72. Oh, yep. That's what we need. That's what we need. View free on nil at 73. Yep. Last little thing. Last tiny little bug. Damn it. Trying to assign non-object value to a variable of type container data. Delivery area line 9. Ah, oh, damn it. Yep. I see what's happened. Because I'm silly, this should be an enums line item. That's what it should be. Wait, can I get property from value? Actually, no, that should be container data. You should be container data. Over here, when we create this, we don't want to do this. We don't want to set line item. What we want to do is go line items, get box size, get line item, item data. I'm pretty sure it's item data. When we add one, yeah, item data. Of course, Linux installs Ubuntu files on a definitely Ubuntu install. I mean, what do you mean by Ubuntu files? Okay, now notice how I've only got one of each that's being delivered. Which, this is good. This is progress. Line item quantity changed is updating price, but it's not changing. Okay. File is literally named Ubuntu x64. And what distro did you install? I meant Steam. Oh, Steam's installing them. They've probably named it Ubuntu 64, but because they created it when just like building stuff on an Ubuntu system, and they just never made it a generic name. But I imagine it's just like a Linux thing. Or that's what Proton uses. Proton does stuff through like some sort of Ubuntu layer. Oh, I started watching Resident Alien. Resident Alien is great. So in here, what we need to do is go... Comb the beard? Sure thing. I think... yeah, that's what we need there. Ah, I see. I see. Beautiful. So, in here, I'm doing that wrong. So, what I want to do, go container data, line items, get box size, get line item, item data. No. Order line item. This. Be an OLI. An Ollie. Good old Ollie. Then we do an Ollie item data. And an Ollie quantity. Ich spreche Deutsch. Nein. You just wrote it. You didn't speak it, you wrote it. Come on, Cam. Say I write German. Come on. Do it. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Ich schreibe Deutsch. There you go. Oops. There we go. All right. That's that one done. Bug one down. POV under load, Linux being more lightweight than minimal Windows. Yep. The best mods in the world with the #1 training ever. Get a free copy of Bobble Shop Sim. What? Oh, do the best mod. Right, sorry. I thought you were talking about game modifications. Is it like a game mod? Do the best mods in the world with the #1 training ever. Get a free copy of Bobble Shop Sim. Considering I haven't trained any mods, no. If I were to train mods, then yes. Still managed to find a bug in whatever I use. Of course. You came pre-trained. Yeah, but you came company trained. Yeah? We don't need company trained people here. Yeah. Imagine being trained. Okay, so this is all fixed up. Let's commit that. Ordering now correctly generates quantity of items. Did you listen to the SFX I sent you the other day? I didn't. I did see the email and I had a look at which ones you sent through, and I was like, right, I'm gonna remember these. And then I completely forgot. It's on my list. It's on my list. I have a small clue what I'm doing. And that's all you need. Most of it is intuition. So it's like working in a chain restaurant, then going to a private company. Exactly. In a chain restaurant, you have to be polite to everyone. In a private restaurant, if someone's being a douchebag, you kick that prick out. Call the police. Make sure the police know to take their baton and like give them one right in the gut. Alright, sometimes an item that NPCs place on the counter is null. Whips through the desk and floor. Nothing with is null. Because it falls through the desk and floor. This results in the area in the out of bounds area. Bounds area detecting it and freeing it. But I don't know why that's happening. Because under here, when we have place items, items to scan, hang on. But that doesn't make sense because it's not all items that it happens to. True, it's like working in... Yeah, I already read that. Never mind. Oh, what the hell? What have I changed there? Hero villain card pack. Hero villain card. Bobble categories hero villain. Collectible card. Line item is a hero villain card. Category is card. Something isn't matching. I don't know what. That's not sense. It's not sense. Because the line item here is a HV card. The line item here is a HV card. Unless the issue was with casual card. Casual card. We go into here. Card pack casual card, yeah. Oh, you still have the hero villain one assigned. Right. This needs to be card pack casual. Card pack casual. There we are. That's better. What's the hardest recipe I can find to cook on stream? Hardest recipe to cook on stream. Macarons. Macaroons. It's not a bad shout. It takes a lot longer than a stream to be able to do those. Like, they take time and precision. And if you are distracted by chat, you're going to make mistakes. Just so you're aware. Or I could cook something Belgium to upset the Belgians. You could. You could. But really, like, the only thing they're known for are, like, pancakes. Or waffles. Like a Belgian waffle. You know? You could do a pineapple pizza. That's true. That's true. Like a proper pineapple pizza too. We're talking the base is made of pineapple and the sauce is like a pineapple puree. And everything on it is just some form of pineapple. Look at that card pack. That card pack has come out so nice. I'm doing that. Sounds legendary. I mean, it sounds like something, alright. I love pineapple and I love pizza. You'd think that perhaps I'd enjoy the two together, but I don't. It's okay to be wrong sometimes, Sammy. That's perfectly fine. We're all wrong sometimes. Need IRAD to join the stream? That's easy. Alright. What do you want? You want to sell me that? I will sell it. I will buy it for $18.50. Get out of here. Lovely. Gonna add a lot of pineapple to my shopping cart. Make sure to be really weird and get like get some pumpkin as well. And then when people are like, why pumpkin? Just be like, oh, I wanted to add some color. Even though it's like yellow and orange. So it like basically looks the same anyway. Awesome sweet corn. Yeah. I'll go as high as 42. I can accept that. Get some Italian meat as well. Make a barbecue, like make a barbecue meat lovers. But then put pineapple on it at the end. All the savory from the meat and the barbecue sauce and stuff with the sweet of the pineapple. See, why does that happen? Why did that card fall through? Why? Why card fall through? A good old physics bug. I think it's because the card's collision is too small. However, you can see it hit and then fall to the side. So it's obviously colliding. But then it falls, like it goes to what? Also, how you doing, Hadouken? How's things? That's gonna break my head. But like, how do I do it? with the collider being that small. The only thing I can think of, because I've already tried turning on continuous collision for the cards. I've already tried doing that. Doing good, not much to complain about. Nice. Not much to complain about, but you can still complain. Yeah. Oh my god, what if I deep fry the pizza as well? No. No, that's too far. That's too far. Alright, let's see what we've got here for the Daily Akari. Ah. Ah, shit. We can do that. So they have to be like that. Because if I put you there, it blocks that one. So those two are a must. Those two are a must. And if I put you there, it blocks that off on both sides. So I can't put you there. But it should be safe to put you there. But if I put you there, it blocks that off. Which means it has to be like that, which means you have to go there. But then how do I get both of these sorted? I could put you up there. There we go. There we go. Just add durian to it, job done. God. Okay, that's definitely something you can do to piss off a lot of people. Is make a Hawaiian pizza, but with durian instead of... with durian instead of pineapple. Yep. That was easy. That was very, very easy. It was like 25 seconds. I don't even know where to get durian. From your supermarket. You go to the supermarket and you go to the fruit and you like grab durian. I know in Australia, the durian is usually in like a refrigerated section. And I use that term loosely. I mean the area that's supposed to be refrigerated, but it's like completely open. So it's like, it's not really refrigerated. It's just like lightly cooled. Instead of it being 30 degrees on a hot day, the things in there are like 27 degrees instead. But yeah, it's usually where like the quarter pumpkins and stuff are in Australia. Um, normal supermarkets here don't have it. Really? Really? That's how strange. I guess we probably have it here in Australia because of our location. Like durian being a fruit from Thailand. Australia's kind of like Australia's got all of the Asian fruit and vegetables and like cuisines and whatnot. Because like yeah, it's literally just across the street in terms of country location. I don't know why. Oh. Collision mask gets set to world. And that. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11. Which means it's colliding with furniture. So you are 11. Australia has everything I want except the crazy insects and other home invaders. That's true. That's true. We also have a high number of youth crime. Yeah. Because for some reason, when someone that's 16 years old commits their 28th crime, we give them community service instead of sending them to grown-up jail and being like, guess what? Guess what? The people in here are gonna make you realize you're not actually that tough. The people in here are gonna mess you up with your cocky attitude. I don't know why it falls through. You know, essentially needs to be a ton harsher, and like very rarely you get community service alongside it. Needs rehabilitation, but the thing is, most youth offenders have long histories of abuse. Yeah, but like I am pro capital punishment, to be honest. Like I think the way it should work, so jails are supposed to be places that people get rehabilitated so that they can re-enter society as a functional member of society. Okay? So while they're in jail, they get off drugs, they get out of crime and whatnot, they study and get a job when they get out and stuff like that. You know? I figure if you commit a violent crime, you go to jail for the current amount of time. If you get out and you commit another violent crime, then you go to jail again for 2.5 times as long as previous. Okay, so if you were previously in there for 10 years, then you go to jail for a minimum 25 years for the second offense. All right. And if you get out again after that and you commit another violent crime, guess what? You're clearly not someone that's going to be reformed. You're clearly not someone that cares about being a functioning member of society. So we will remove you from society permanently. Just gone. Done. No more tax going to paying for that person to live in jail. And that is only for people where it is 100% certain that they did it. Okay? If all you have is video recording of them at the scene, but you have no DNA evidence or anything like that physically putting them there, just because of AI stuff these days, then it doesn't contribute to that system. Yeah. It has to be like, yes, their DNA's there. We've got like 5 people that saw them there. We've got them saying that they're going to do this stuff. We've got video. Like, no doubt they did it. That's the only time it would apply. Just because you got to make sure that if someone's framed, they don't go down that path. If someone creates an AI video, it doesn't go down that path. Actually, did you hear what Australia's doing about the AI stuff? They're going the same direction. This is something I agree with that Australia is doing. They're going the same direction as South Korea. So in South Korea, if you create a deep fake of someone, even not at just having their face if you take Jack Black's face and put it on my head, on my body, sort of thing, while I'm standing there for a photo, there's a crime in South Korea. You're not allowed to do stuff like that. So Australia is actually getting laws set up at the moment to make it illegal to create a deep fake of someone without their consent. I like that. Generative AI should be a crime to use in general. I do think that there needs to be regulation around it. There does need to be a lot of regulation around it. Make it so that you need... everyone is allowed to use generative AI, but if you create... if you do anything illegal with AI, then you are no longer allowed to touch it. You're not allowed to touch it in any sense. You're not allowed to use generative AI in any way. And if you're caught using generative AI in any way again, then you get, proper jail time, 10 years sort of thing. 5 to 10 years sort of thing. Deepfakes without consent should be illegal worldwide. Yeah. Yeah. We have that in the US unless the target is a public figure and it's used for satire. But that's the thing. Is it... what's the punishment for it? Money. Yeah, I don't think the punishment is going to be a fine in Australia. I think the punishment's going to be more severe than a fine. I'm just wondering, what if I make it a... What if I just make it a square? Like a rectangle? Or multiple rectangles? Because I think maybe the fact it's a concave polygon. If set to true, collisions occur on both sides of the concave shape. It's a lawsuit from the victim for slander. Okay, so yours requires the victim to raise a lawsuit for slander. So it's not a matter of it being a state-enforced law. It's a matter of... what is it? It's a civil case. It's a civil case in that sense. Whereas in Australia, it would be if you are, yeah, it's just like doesn't matter which state you're in Australia. It's just going to be if you're caught doing this, you get prosecuted. Doesn't matter if the other person brings charges against you or not. One time near the very start of the year, I thought of a challenge to put an AI-generated image into a video. And a couple months later, Italian brain rot became a thing. I saw the visions. What does Twitch TOS say about drinking on stream? You're allowed to drink on stream. You're just not allowed to have your drinking tied to bits and subs or any other monetary gain. So you can't set it up to be like, ooh, if you throw 500 bits, I'll take a shot. But you're not allowed to do that. But like, if you're just having a drink on stream, that's fine. Like, if you're just, yeah. I'm gonna turn this down to 1 centimeter. I think this margin is the issue. Collision margins allow detection to be more efficient by adding an extra shell around shapes. Collision algorithms are more aggressive when objects overlap by more than their margin, so a higher value for margins is better for performance at the cost of accuracy around edges, as it makes them less sharp. Okay. Let's put it to 0.1. That might help. You'll just be drinking? Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly acceptable, Cam. No. I want that. Make the peach a touch bit better. I don't know. Alcohol's not going to make your peach, sir, any better. Guarantee that. It's a bad idea. Shot of vodka every 5 minutes. If you do a shot of vodka every 5 minutes, like, you're going to end up doing something on stream that you regret. And you will do that. Kavino will be streaming at the same time. And can't see it. It doesn't, like, that's not what I'm talking about, like. I'm talking about you having to live with you doing something silly on stream. I once saw a streamer drinking on stream. They got so drunk, ended up spilling their drink on their USB hub and frying it, which caused the stream to end. Yeah, getting that drunk on stream is more of a kick thing. And I think even kicks crack down on that. So now people that do that type of stuff on stream now go to like the really, really low ranking things. Morning, Small. How you doing? Kick didn't exist back then as far as I know. That's fair. Drunk Bees on stream was amazing. Coffee gone. No more coffee. Oops. Don't even think TikTok was a thing yet. Jesus. It's going way back. Setting up a new Ubiquity stuff. I was exploring some of their cables and came across this listing. Cable C6 CMR. Now why and what? Hey, that's Scorp Tech. I know Scorp Tech. They're real good. Let me have a look. Ubiquity Unify 304 meter Cat 6 cable. Yeah, what about it? What about it? 304 meters. Yeah. Irad thinks I'm joking about the pizza. Of course Irad thinks you're joking about the pizza. Right, everything seems good so far. So, like, what is the speed going to be like at 300 meters? The speed's gonna be the same. You've got to remember, Small, the speed doesn't change. It's still traveling the same speed, it's just over a large distance. And you're not gonna... Like, so that cable there, that's not gonna come with the actual clips. Like, it's not gonna come with the connections on the end. You're gonna have to, like, strip the ends of the wire. And you're gonna have to, like attach your own connections. The reason they sell 304 meter stuff is the same reason they sell spools of copper wire and whatnot. So that you can, like, cut it to the length you need, attach what you need to the ends, and done. You have a custom length. That's what they're there for. God damn it, it still fell through. Custom solver bias. The shape's custom solver bias, which defines how much bodies react to enforced contact separation when this shape is involved. Default values used from physics 3D solver default. Custom bias. Hmm. I've useless port. Stream died for me. We back. Over distance, you might have problems with interference and wire resistance, especially at low power. Yeah. But like, it transmits at the same speed. But just because you have interference and such doesn't mean the speed's changing. Like, the speed stays the same. It's just you need to deal with interference. You need to deal with all the other bits and pieces that go into it. And that's why people will have like routers or hubs or something that just like basically receive the signal in the middle and then pump it back out. So that way it's like constantly going. But yeah, like if you're buying 304 meter cable, yeah, like this one here, that's an ugly ass link too. I don't want to pin it. It's a big ass, ugly link. I think you can just take this. No. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's the link you need. So like you only need to copy up to there. That's all the link you need. That first dollar, that first question mark, that's where the parameters start. You don't need to worry about that. But yeah, like this 1,000 foot here, this would be a 300 meter or 304 meter or something. Let me see. Yeah, there you go. So that there probably explains it better for you, Small. So it's 304.8 meters. So that cable you saw was it's actually 1,000 feet. They just change it to meters when selling it in Australia. Yeah. But yeah, that kind of cable you're gonna cut, so you'll resize it to make it to fit your needs. There's also a share button which copies an even shorter link. That's true. That's true. However, the problem with those links, Insba, is they look shady AF. Like, I'd never be clicking on something that looked like that. Go for objects whipping through collision. Maybe you have the same problem I had when I started. Is the collision mesh the same size, the shape as the visual mesh? Yes, it is. G'day, Cavino. How you doing? Um, the only thing I can think of is having this. Almost broke myself today. So in some pain, but good. Did you go for another walk? I get it, because the last time you went for a walk, your ankle swelled up. One time near the very start. Yeah, I've already read that. Never mind. I started on my small machine for home lab gubbins and stuff now. Since the price of RAM is dumb, I will just not look for anything high performance. Yeah, smart. Also, you won't be able to get crucial sticks very soon. Also, what I'm gonna start suggesting to people, if people want to buy if people want to get a PC these days, like a custom built PC or something, I'm gonna start recommending that they go back to DDR4. Because with DDR4, like, even the DDR4 prices are a bit insane, but like, at least they're like, yeah. Yeah. Like, look at this, fucking 32 gigabytes of DDR4 for $430. Jesus Christ. Maybe I'm just gonna recommend people don't buy computer parts. Look at that. DDR5 32 gig, $600. 32 gig, $500. Yeah, so you may as well just buy DDR5. May as well just get DDR5. Because you can get 32 gig DDR5 for not that much more than 32 gig of DDR4 at the moment. RAM is the only thing that's getting super expensive. Yeah. And RAM's getting super expensive because of not just what Crucial did, but because of AI. So SSDs too, and high capacity HDDs, yeah. Yeah. And I think this will be, I'm kind of seeing that this will be where like game streaming services will come into play. So we'll see one of two things happen, I reckon. We'll see things like Stadia, like Google Stadia and stuff like that. We'll see those types of services make a comeback because people can't afford a gaming PC that can run those things. So all they do is they get an average PC and they use those services to play those games, those high performance games and whatnot. Or we're going to see a pullback from realism, going back to older school games, going back to games that were like had the performance and the quality of like early 2010s. That's what I can see happening. The issue is that Stadia, etc., also get increased costs from higher prices. They do, but those companies are able to buy those things in bulk, making it less for them to purchase. Plus, they already have a huge amount of that. Like, they already have the resources and stuff to do that. Do I wish I had 64 gigabytes? Maybe, but it's fine. Same has happened with a lot of hosting service prices. Yeah, but like, it's going to be... You've got to think of it this way. People are going to go, oh, do I want to spend $7,000 to make a high-performance gaming PC just so I can play games? Or do I want to spend $40 a month? You know? Like... I've been through this RAM shortage many times. I think the difference this time is the fact that Crucial is pulling out. Like, we're not going to have just a RAM shortage. We're going to have a RAM shortage and one less RAM supplier. Tech changes like now in AI, so people are rushing to fill machines with RAM to handle it. It's so... The problem with RAM prices isn't the fact that everyday people are running out to purchase it. It's the fact that AI companies are purchasing it. Manufacturers are making more RAM for AI purposes because they can sell them B2B. Exactly. They can make more money from that stuff. We just bought some of the last Crucial sticks from Amazon to upgrade wife's laptop. They were rather reasonably priced. Yeah. Isn't the company behind Crucial still making RAM chips? They just aren't making them for consumer RAM parts. Yeah, exactly, Insba. And that's the problem, Insba. So we're not just having a RAM shortage for consumers. We're having a RAM shortage for consumers, and we're losing one of the companies that provides consumer RAM. So it's kind of like, well, okay, well, now it's just like, what now? Same thing goes for GPUs. Companies never needed GPUs before. Now they need the extra power. AI companies buying more RAM than they got server power capacity to actually install. So they just sit somewhere. Better to buy it cheap and use it when you need it than to not buy it, or to not have it and then need to purchase it at a high price when you do need it. Yeah, my hope is that what Crucial is doing, or what's happening with Crucial, what Micron is doing, I'm hoping that they are very successful on the AI side of things, and the majority of the AI companies and such buy their RAM from Micron, freeing up the other two companies to focus on consumer RAM. That's my hope. But I don't see that happening. I can see those two companies seeing what's happening with Micron, and then those two companies going, you know what, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do the same thing, and then all of a sudden, no one's making consumer-grade RAM. And then like, AMD pops up and is like, hey, we'll start making RAM as well. We'll make CPUs, GPUs, and RAM. Valve RAM. Yeah, exactly, Valve RAM. Wife was teleported to hospital before she had 39.5 degrees Celsius fever. Teleported to the hospital. I remember when graphics cards had RAM on board. Now this trend of shared RAM is changing it. They could put static amount of RAM inside the CPU. Valve just entered the chat. We are now making consumer PC. We're making consumer PC parts now. We're making consumer PC parts now. Purchase a Steam machine and get Half-Life 3 for free. No, this is the only way you can get Half-Life 3. I don't know why this is... Like, I don't want to create the cards collision to be, like, absurdly large. The only thing I can think of... But if I... Because this thing's collision shape is 15 centimeters tall, 1.2 centimeters forward, and almost 10 centimeters wide. I think the fact that it's so small is the issue. I'm going to bump you up to 1. Gonna see if that solves it. I bought 2 Wi-Fi modules with my last coins before I knew we get hospital bills today. Very nice. Oh no. I'm buying the Steam frame. I don't care how much it costs. I need Linux VR support. VR support that isn't janky as heck. That's Steam for you. €39 total price, 2 modules. So I can get Wi-Fi. Working on Alpine Linux. Where'd the other one go? God damn it, it still fell through. Frickin' Jesus goddamn prick bastard. I don't know why it's not working. Why do they keep clipping through? I need a way to stop it. need a way to stop it. Okay, so that's fine. Maybe it's because they sleep. If true, the body will not move and will not calculate forces until woken up by another body through, for example, a collision, or by using the apply force or the apply impulse or apply force methods. The body can enter sleep mode when there is no movement. And Bazard is the most memory hog Linux distro I know of. Of course it is. $31 gigabytes of cache in RAM for who knows what reason. It could just be the application. I've had stuff like that. And you got browser and 10 tabs open. That's too many tabs. That's 9 too many tabs. Also Steam, but no games open. That's fine. Had to upgrade wife's laptop because it would hang with just browser open. Alright, picked up the little MSI mini PC. Nice. Nice. Oh, these are cards. Whoop. But I think that's something that indie devs... Like, indie devs already do this. Like, indie devs already make, like, small, low graphic intensity games. And I think that's what's going to make those types of games sell a lot better. Like, I don't see AAA companies making nearly as much as they used to off of games, off of their high-quality, realistic games, just because people aren't going to be able to play them because they can't afford the prices. Might also see an increase in console usage. Yeah. Now, actually, that's something that's interesting, because people are saying that the Steam machine isn't going to be, like, it's not going to be as cheap as you think because of the cost of RAM and all this. And it's like, yes, but that applies to consoles as well. like the next generation consoles are going to need RAM as well. So, and Xbox said before the RAM prices started going up, Xbox said that their next gen console is going to be more around the $1,000 mark. So it's kind of like, all right, they were already planning on it being that much. And now the RAM prices are going up. It's probably going to be more than that. So the Steam machine costing $900, it's still better than, like, still better price than the next gen Xbox. But also, if you don't enroll into the remote management, it's set up. You have to do it again after the factory reset of the Unify router. That's unfortunate. Nah. Okay, everything's looking fine so far. We're not having anything clip through. Why does that continue starting with 1? Is the grab focus actually clicking it? I reckon it's going to be priced to similarly spec'd SFF PC build, but with far superior cooling. Yeah. Far superior cooling. It doesn't seem to be breaking anymore. So I think changing can sleep. Changing can sleep to false has fixed it, I think. So they are no longer sleeping. Need to add shotgun to stop people who walk out with it with better purchasing. Currently they don't. Oh fuck! It just fell through again. God damn it! So that hasn't fixed it. Why? Why? I wonder. What up, Anosa? How you doing? Do I do that, or can I just do this? Calls the parent method during our time always returns null, not the method's result. This method supports a variable number of arguments, so parameters can be passed as comma-separated list. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna call the set deferred in a deferred state to make sure that an entire frame passes between re-enabling collision and unfreezing the object. So that way they spawn above. Does the card have a collider? Of course the card has a collider. That's how 90% of the cards stay on top of the sale counter. It's just every now and then one of them clips through. Right? So yeah, we're going to disable the collision. Or sorry, we're going to re-enable the collision. And then we're going to the next frame after, we're going to set it to be unfrozen so that it starts moving again. Hopefully, that'll work. No, they're not colliding with each other. They are only set to collide with the world layer and furniture layer. They're not set to collide with item layer, which is what everything's connected to. So the card pack's collision layer is item. The bobble box collision layer is item. All this stuff, and they're only masking furniture and what do you call it? System sees only one collision, but maybe there are two. No. Not at all. In order for the simulation to be accurate, dynamic objects should be in the order of 0.1 to 10 meters long and have spreads in the order of speeds in the order of 0 to 500 meters a second and have gravity in the order of 0 to 10 meters a second squared. Static objects should be in the order of 0.1 to 2,000 meters long. So you're not gonna have a so it depends on what you're looking at there, Hilden. Like when you say long, this is a 3-dimensional object. So this card pack, its collision shape is 1.5 centimeters, 0.15 tall. That matches what you're talking about. This here is basically 0.1. But we can't have this go up to 0.1, because if we have this go up to 0.1, that's a terrible collision shape. Because that means when this thing is sitting on the counter, it's going to be floating. And that's not what you want. And if their collisions can't be that accurate, then they're kind of limiting what games can do. Like, I would essentially have to upscale everything by a magnitude of 10. I upscaled my world by that. I think Jolt has some fine-tuning in the project settings. Yeah, I'm going to have to look at them. Like, I want to see if I can get it working without tweaking the physics settings, though. Because it's not like we're doing anything special. Something's just falling from, like... It's not even falling that far. It's falling, like, 0.1 meter. So it's not like it's got that much velocity that it's picking up. Like, what I could do is I could potentially change the weight of the objects. That'll probably help. Because that way they'll fall slower. Because gravity's not going to be applying that much to them. Have you swapped to Jolt in settings? Jolt's automatically enabled these days. It's like the default. And yes, I have double checked that it is Jolt settings. Before anyone says, no, that's not true, I can tell you it is true because I never changed anything, but Jolt's enabled. Ah, hang on. That's a different one there. I think that one there was a separate issue where it triggered both items being scanned at the same time. But yeah, that doesn't do anything. That's not doing anything. Jump in here. Jolt. Let's see. Broad boundary size, max bodies, max body pairs. Recovery amount, recovery iterations, collision margin fraction. The amount of collision margin to use for certain convex collision shapes as a fraction of the shape's shortest axis. This is mainly used to speed up collision detection with convex shapes. Collision margins in Jolt do not add any extra size to the shape. Instead, the shape is first shrunk by the margin and then expanded by the same amount, resulting in a shape with rounded corners. Still need to play with the Jolt physics engine. Allow sleep. Generate all kinematic, penetration slope. Continuous CD. Fraction of a body's inner radius that may penetrate another body while using continuous detection. Movement threshold. Fraction of body's inner radius that the body must move per step to make use of continuous collision detection. Yeah. We're going to come back to looking at that in a minute. We're going to take a break and do some game duel. Do some Gumdul. I did swap physics to my physics FPS to 75, like the monster I am. So you're doing 75 physics ticks instead of 60. Alright, let's start this with Overwatch 2. Throw out a game chat that is before 2013. Could be sci-fi shooter. Well, it is sci-fi. Could be shooter. Could be first person or third person. Or both and something else. This could be a Borderlands. It's not a Borderlands. It's not Unreal Engine either, which rules out BioShock and Dishonored. So... but RPG. It's definitely shooter. A sci-fi shooter before 2012. I'm gonna try a Duke Nukem. Alright, first person shooter, single player and multiplayer before 2011. Crisis. No, Crisis is third person. Ignore that. Fear. Bam. How good. How good was that? Apparently that's a sci-fi shooter. I don't see it as sci-fi. I see it as fiction, but not necessarily science fiction. Because the weapons and the armor and stuff that they're using are all normal. It's just they have characters that have, like, psychic abilities. I cannot remember if those psychic abilities are brought on by technology or not, though. Why people target 60, that is so TV screen hertz tier. Because that's what most monitors still support as a minimum. Like, you buy a 200 USD 4K monitor, it's gonna be 60 hertz. Insba subbed with Prime. Look at that. Lovely. Much appreciate the Prime, Insba. Everyone, remember, don't be like me, okay? Don't forget that you have a Prime sub, okay? Okay? If you have a Prime sub, use it somewhere. Doesn't have to be here, just use it somewhere. Many 1080p monitors can do 75 hertz. Many can do 75 hertz, but every monitor does 60. Like, every monitor supports 60 as a minimum. Like, or any standard monitor supports 60 as a minimum. So that's why people still target 60, because you can be guaranteed that your monitor is going to support 60. Right? Only dedicated gaming monitors have more than 60? So yeah, this is why you target 60. It's the same reason why you don't target, like, the RTX 5000 series performance of card. You target the 3000 series or earlier, because that's what most people are gonna have. If it runs amazing on those, excellent. You don't need to. Like, you're good. G'day, R2. How you doing? Even my old CRT does 75 hertz. Yeah, but I guarantee you it also does 60. Got full time with Micro Pros? Nice. Congrats. CRT's interlaced though. Hertz means something different, very different there. That's true. CRT is different to, yeah, LED, LCD, OLED. I do want to get an OLED monitor. Just for blacks to be proper black. I don't think mine are OLED. OLED costs too damn much. What's up, Lucian? How are you doing? We are trying to figure this thing out. And I have a feeling that I'm going to have to increase my collision size for the card. Even though I don't want to. I'm sad because I'm expended all my Gemini usage. Well, you'll have to wait. You'll have to wait until next month to speak to your girlfriend. My phone's OLED, and I don't know where this has been all my life. I saw a short that was like it had like a normal LCD screen and it had an OLED screen hooked up to it. And like all the lights were turned off. It was a pitch black room. You could see the LCD monitor and you could see the mouse moving around on it. And then they moved the mouse onto the OLED monitor. And it's just like, wait, There's a monitor there? I didn't even know there was a monitor there until you put the mouse on it. It was pretty good. It was, actually, I'll see if I can find it. Oh, it doesn't have backlight, so yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Where are we? Trying to remember when I saw it too. It wasn't back there. This thing. This thing. It's like, wait, there's a monitor there? What the hell are you talking about? It's just... So yeah, now I need to get an OLED monitor. Now that I've seen that, I'm like, hang on. Hang on. I need to buy an OLED monitor, because that's fantastic. How often do you have mostly pure black screen? It's not about having a pure black screen though. It's about when you have something on screen that's supposed to be black, it's actually black. Yeah. Like, so if you're playing a horror game, or you're watching a horror movie, or if you're playing a game that requires you to sneak around at night and whatnot, the things that are supposed to be black because there's no light there or something, they're actually black. They're not like accidentally illuminated a little bit. It just helps with that stuff. Don't lie to us, the mouse just escaped bounds the PC. It can't be controlled anymore. I'm thinking... what I do. Because this is, like, this card pack is just going to be using that. And then I'm also going to have to deal with this with the individual cards too. Escape the simulation would be very nice for Elite Dangerous. That's true. Would be amazing for Elite Dangerous because you've got, like, space, which would have a ton of black everywhere. That's a very good point. So card pack and card, they would need to... They would both need to adjust. Because obviously the card's collision is going to be smaller still than the card pack. Samsung response compatible FreeSync. $400 for a 2K OLED monitor now. US price. Like, if I look up that same thing... Samsung G7 monitor. It's $790 in Australia. Oh, that's the 4K one, though. That's the 4K one. I assume it's this one, 2K one. So it's 500. That's a lot still. It's still a lot. And that's the thing. I don't think I can go to 27-inch monitors. I've had 32-inch monitors for so long that going down to 27-inch monitors is like, it would feel so rough. Like, apply a $12 coupon. No. Default Godot physics is bad for games that rely too much on physics. Use a different physics engine like Jolt. Alright, let's do some Jolt customizing, shall we? Velocity steps. Number of solver velocity iterations. The greater the number of iterations, the more accurate the simulation will be at the cost of CPU performance. Actually, no, before we do that, the mass of this is not going to be 1 kilo, okay? The mass of this would be 100 grams. Like, not even that. Not even that. Each card would be like 1 gram. So I will say that this is like 7 grams. There's just an example. I'd probably look for a 32-inch. So the problem with that, 32-inch monitor. You'd want to make sure that it has 1440p. There's this one, the LG Ultra Gear for $210. Response time 1 millisecond. Better than the 2 millisecond that the Samsung G7 gave. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You fantastic gadunt. Make sure to tell people that you are now a gadunt. Be proud of it. Say g'day, I'm a gadunt, in the most Aussie way you can. Okay? Laptop built in is 165 Hz at 1440p. It's like, there's this thing. But I think, like, the issue is it's VA. So, like, you'd want to also look at... You know, can you select... There is no OLED type, first of all. Yeah. If you don't see your gadunt status on your corporate email, I'm reporting you to HR. Ooh, VA. Yeah, I think most of them that are around $200 are VA. Like frameless VA, $300. Fast VA, $370. Hey. IPS, 230, but it's 27-inch. IPS, 170 hertz. 170? What's going on, Tricky? How you doing? What we need is a smart monitor that blasts you with ads when the built-in camera sees you drifting off while working to help with attention keeping. This is interesting. I've never seen a 170 hertz monitor. That's weird. G'day, Smitner. How you doing? I saw that you're looking for playtesters. Everyone. Smitner's looking for playtesters for Hazard Pay. So, feel free to plug your stuff, Smitner. Do it now. Actually, no, that's right. I changed the mass of it, and I want to see if changing the mass fixes anything. What's this complaining about? Ready, no grab. Huh? Mouse update mode, no grab. Here's the game. If you want to join jam, if you want to have a jam, join Discord and tag me. I love these redirects. And see, the problem is Wayland. This, I don't know why this has now changed though. Like, why is it now throwing that error on startup? Like, I haven't changed anything. The only thing we did was change that. Oh my god, I'm so confused. I am so very, very confused. And now my mouse can't leave this area. I'm going to close that. That seems like an issue. I think I pressed a hotkey, which forced the mouse to only be interacting with this, causing it to not be able to... That makes sense. Wonder if Godot 4.6 comes out before Xmas. I doubt it. I doubt it. Like 4.5 only came out like a month or two ago. Like, they have Dev 5. Yeah, they're not even up to release candidates yet. They're not up to release candidates, so it's not... Yeah. My programming led to my PC on fire. Well, that's not good. Other than that, Mark, how are you doing? And how are you doing, Zakua? And today is the second day implementing my 2D engine in C++ Raylib from scratch. And I have loaded textures successfully and drawing the animation frames, which makes me so hyped. Okay. The animation frames I can see, but yeah. Maybe an always on top keybind that happened to me once, twice ago. I don't think it was that. It was literally locking my keyboard, like locking my mouse to the Godot window. So there's an issue. Like there was a hotkey I pressed that caused those two things. Like that caused the mouse to be only focused by Godot, nothing else. Instagram feed has been full of Indians, etc., sewing on a machine that is clearly not Fire. Not sure if AI, or they're just not maintaining machines. You didn't close the loop. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. You gotta make sure you close your loops. Gotta remember, you have to take care of you gotta take care of your PC components, okay? Gotta take care of them. Because if you kill your RAM, then you're gonna have a bad time. Alright? So treat your components with respect. It was more like 10. Oh god. Yes, take care of them. If you don't give them a bath at least once a week, they're going to die. Putting in new RAM from a year ago I had on shelf. Is it DDR5 or DDR4? These are the big questions. You got both? But the one that you put in your system. Obviously you didn't put DDR. Shit, it fell. There it is. There it is. Okay, so it fell through, but it stopped there. So I think changing how heavy it is actually did something. I'm one of those monsters that just put return main at the end of program so it never ends. Yuck. I hoarded years ago. I mean, I will say, I have so many old laptops that I could probably, like, if I was smart enough when it comes to, like, computer circuitry and, like, wiring them together and whatnot, I could probably set them all up connected together to be some sort of big cluster of processing power. Oh yeah, I know about the RAM crisis. I know all about the RAM crisis. You don't spend this much time on the internet and not know about the RAM crisis. I have 10 PS3s still connected. Or still to connect and try. Where are you from, if you don't mind? I'm Egyptian. I'm an Aussie. I'm an Aussie. Hence the fact that I say g'day and g'dunt. But do Rams play Crisis? I got some old DDR4 I can maybe upgrade. What up, XD? Bobble Gobble? I mean, they do have nutrition facts on them. So... Right, that one didn't fall through. That's good. Probably greatest Aussie of all time right here. You know it. I am one of the Aussies of all time. Nutrition facts are expensive to figure out, food companies. I don't know where they get their nutrition facts from, but the Agria Bobbles show up with nutrition facts, and that's all we need. Look at this mustache, it's pretty fantastic, you know it. Mm-hmm. So far, so good with the new weight. Keep trying to use AI, but run into the problem that I'm hoarding, that I'm a horrible promoter. A horrible prompter on all levels. I hold Nobel Peace Prize on how bad I am. What happens if you entered a lower or greater price than the actual price? I will show you. The next time someone comes up, I will show you. I've thought about this, Sakura. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Players can screw themselves over. Come on, someone pay with card. Pay with card, you pricks. So if you see how I can't give $30 back? I can give 36, but I can also give 40. So I can give $40 back, and I've just lost money now. Like, that's $4 gone. Do you know if the tipping crisis America is suffering from? Nope. Some are adamant about 18% tips being standard, while some now want 40% tips to be standard. 40% tips is stupid. 20% is what I know as the standard tip amount for America. But in Australia, I refuse to tip. G'day, Matt. How are you doing? I refuse to tip in Australia because in Australia, minimum wage is like $25 an hour. So, fuck it, just... Oh, damn it. Would be half gravity. The real tipping crisis is that everyone wants a tip for literally everything. I know, right? I know. Even when you go to places where you scan a QR code, you put in your order, they bring it out to you, they still expect a tip. But no. The fuck did you do? If they had have replaced you with just calling out my name or my number and I go up and grab it, I'd be fine with that system. Yeah. Just because you bring the food out to me does not mean I'm giving you a 20% tip. Get screwed. I imagine allowed entering a lower price would, for e.g., lower XP or something, which would make the player pay attention for every payment. Oh, no, just a suggestion. No, so you can't shortchange the customer and you can't overcharge the customer. So on FPOS, you can charge less than what is owing, but you can't charge more than what is owing. So if you have a $130 order and you enter $13, that's something you can do. But you can't enter $1,300. Yeah, you can't rip off the customer, but you can screw yourself over. You can cause yourself to lose money. Meanwhile, here, people do not often tip at all, and not expected, since people are paid hourly and the tips might end up not in the pocket of the specific server. Exactly. That's the other issue. When you tip these days, there's no guarantee that the tip's going to the person that's serving you. Some company tried do tipping here and people just got confused and entered their card. In how much tip field on payment term. What? That's horrible. What is worse is when they, instead of bringing it to you, just call your name and number and still want a tip. Yeah, those people can go straight to hell. But yeah, like, if people in Australia, like, we don't tip because our minimum wage is a livable minimum wage. Yeah. It's not going to allow you to buy luxuries like gaming consoles and stuff every year. It's not going to allow you to go out and have breakfast 4 times a week at a cafe. You know? But it's a livable amount. Yeah, and if people in Australia are not being paid minimum wage and need to live off their tips, then they should report their boss, because they should be getting minimum wage. And they are breaking the law by doing so. That's so many of those places that got tipping available got like 2-hour wait time most of the time for food. Yeah. Not wasting my time for those. Not wasting my time in those for the food is not that great either. Yeah, exactly. In some countries like Brazil, there's no tip prompt. It's included in the bill at a flat 11%. Then I'm never going to Brazil. If I went somewhere that included a tip by default in my bill, and there was no way for me to remove it, I would refuse to pay my bill. I'd be like, no, I'm not paying my bill until you get rid of that. And if they're like, oh, no, we can't do that, I'd be like, well, in that case, I'm not paying. I'm not paying at all. Yeah. And if they try to call the cops, I'll be like, go for it. Call the cops. They can see that you are stealing. They can see that you are advertising things at either an incorrect price or that you are trying to scam people. Like, call them. I dare you. Price needs to be included tax and tip. Yeah. So in Australia, you like whatever is displayed, that's the price including tax. There's no surprises there. So if you get your bill and there's something on there that you have not been told about, you don't have to pay that. Like, they can't just add a charge without any reason. Yeah, that's why they always have a sign saying, hey, there's a surcharge if you pay by credit card. Yeah. America can just not fathom that the tax is included in the label price. I know, right? It's funny. Speculative contact distance. Radius around physics bodies inside which speculative contact points will be detected in meters. Mainly used to prevent tunneling penetration for rigid body 3Ds during simulation. Setting this value too high may result in ghost collisions, as the speculative contacts are based on the closest points during the collision detection step, which may not be the actual closest points by the time the two bodies hit. So, but that's only 0.02. If I set that to 0.01, recovery iterations, recovery amounts, enhanced internal edge removal. Joints, world node, node A. Temporary memory buffs, memory buffer size. World boundary shape size. Max bodies, max body pairs, max contact constraints. Max linear velocity. Max angular velocity. So if true, a rigid body 3D frozen with that is able to collide with other kinematics and static bodies and therefore generate contacts for them. Okay, so we don't care about that. Position steps. Number of solver position iterations. The greater the number of iterations, the more accurate the simulation will be at the cost of CPU performance. Alright, so if dropping this down to 0.1 from 0.01 from 0.02 doesn't help, I may up those values. Okay. Let's see. Get rid of all these. I don't know what I need to change. I may have to just bump up counts of stuff. But in doing so, that's going to cause issues. G'day, Bucky. How you doing? Oh, damn it. See that? It's when it falls forward. When it falls forward and it's colliding on this front that it has an issue. Let's grab you. I need to copy your position. And let me paste that there. I'm gonna have to increase those contacts. Before we go to that, I keep forgetting to set this up. I keep forgetting. Mesh. Sets. Actually. Material overlay is going to be game state, asset cache, outline shader, remove outline, material overlay, null. But there was something else. Something else that needed to be set. What was it? Okay. There we go. Okay, now we need to update our jolt settings. Let's update you to 4. Let's see what happens now. in here, if store, we get to swap price label in shelf to higher price. You can say about that at the register and get the lower price. Yeah, so it's the same thing. Same thing in Australia. If you... Like, if they have a... Like, if they have a stock label, like, if they have the label displaying a sale price, but the sale ended 2 days ago, doesn't matter. It's still being advertised in store as that price, so they have to honor that price. The only time that doesn't apply is if the label is obviously not correct. Like, so if you go to buy a TV, like a 60-inch TV, and it's listed as being $20 instead of $200, that's obviously incorrect. So they don't have to honor that price. But if it was $150 instead of $200, then they have to honor the $150. And I think that's the same at most. That's the same in most places. You need something like hot reloading, so you don't have to replay the whole level on changes. Godot does have hot reloading, but the problem is that it's already loaded the instances. So it's already created the object instance. And I need to change specific object instance values. So if I go into where are we? If I go in here and I like change this value here, this isn't going to apply to the instances of stuff that's already been created. It'll just apply to the new instances, basically. At least that's my experience with it, at least. But at the same time, I don't really care. Like, I'm fine with closing and restarting. Primarily because there's been a lot of times where I've closed and I've made a change, reopened stuff, and now I'm like, oh, that change has now actually broken these things as part of the load process. You're not removing the outline. Okay, I know why that's happening. This is a separate issue that I'm focusing on now, just while my brain mulls over the other one. Interaction manager. When we remove the interaction, under here, you do if outlined or get interaction size is 0, return. We don't want to outline. I once saw a great deal on a €2 chocolate bar, and the deal was that you get 2 bars for €4. Like, yes, things I can count. You would be amazed at how many people need that help. Also, Silver, thanks for contributing to the 24-hour stream goal. I'm actually wondering... do you want it to be a 24-hour stream goal, or do you want it to be a 1-week max subathon goal? So we set it up. So basically, if we hit the goal from the 26th or 25th, maybe. Why am I able to just keep taking those out? I shouldn't be able to do that. I shouldn't be able to do that. There's a bug with that. I've seen Subathon for like 4 times live. Subathon is so seen, so gotta have full 24 hours of same day stream. Alright, we'll leave it as 24 hours. We will leave it as 24 hours. So if is open... If it is open... held object is null. We know when day starts. There, if it is 24 hours of the Australian day. Oh, it'll be 24 hours based on my time zone. Like, everything I do is based on my time zone. I'm not basing shit based on American time zones. Fuck that. What? Oh, hang on. I know why. I know why that's happening. It's got nothing to do with the delivery box. And it has everything to do with this. This interact primary stuff. Bug. Interaction or items in delivery boxes. Pickup interaction for items in delivery boxes. Triggering Pick up interactions for items, triggering while still in delivery boxes. So, what we need to do which should already be happening, if I'm being honest. Raycast, we hit these, we return the result. If it's collision layer 11, we return. But 11 is furniture. Alright, we'll come to that. We'll come back to that after. I think I need it to be furniture or delivery box. Now, if the collider is furniture or the collider is delivery box. Return out. Gamedal hype indeed. We're looking for a first-person shooter before 2005. The obvious one here is obviously Doom. It's obviously Doom. Alright, 2004 to 94. Now we can go something like Wolfenstein. Alright, single player, first person. Maybe Medal of Honor. 2000 to 2004, single player shooter. It's not on PlayStation or PlayStation 3. PC. It's got to be a PC game. Unreal Tournament. Nope. So, Quacky. Oh no, Running with Scissors. Is this? It's not Serious Sam, is it? No. It's not Serious Sam. Running with Scissors. That Postal? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Running with Scissors is obviously Postal. Duh. Alright, let's kick it off with Postal 2. Non-shooter, non-comedy, non-first person game after 2003. XD, do you have any idea? Does anyone have any suggestions? We could go... try a game with Unity Engine to rule that out. A game made with Unity. The only one that I can think of is Blueprints. But that's like... That's first person, so that's already ruled out. Superliminal, that's already ruled out, because that's first person. Stanley Parable, that's also ruled out. Infulgence, that's also ruled out. Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight would be mono game. Oh shit, Hollow Knight's Unity? I thought Hollow Knight was mono game. Why did I think it was mono game? It's a fantasy game, non-side view, 2004 to 2016. Third person isometric. Ooh, Dragon Age. Okay, no. It is an RPG fantasy between 2010 and 2016. Possibly third person, possibly isometric. What if it's... Ah, it wouldn't be that. A third-person RPG. It wouldn't be WoW. Divinity? Divinity it could be. Alright, 2010 to 2013. It is a third-person RPG. Third person RPG fantasy. What is it? I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna go Fez just to rule out that year. Open world fantasy. Third person open world fantasy RPG 2010-2011. Third person is hard since some got like bow in first person. Those games generally class as first person and third person though. Third person fantasy open world RPG. It's not Final Fantasy because that includes first person and isometric type stuff. A Witcher game? It could be. It's not a Witcher game, but it is 2011. It's probably not CD Projekt Red developer. It's probably like a Bandai Namco publisher. Oh my god. What would it... I found Python to transcribe my mic and plugged it into a GLaDOS Tarkatron TTS I found. It works as long as I take pauses, so not live yet. My plan is have it on funny whilst listening to stuff. That's fair. So it's just like a voice changer. Right now, it's GLaDOS talking, not Hypnotic. Oh, it's that type of thing. Okay, I gotcha. Yep. Very smart. Very smart for a human. Not Havoc physics and Speed Tree is interesting. Or Red Engine. But we've already ruled out Unity and Unreal Engine and Eclipse Engine. An RPG that doesn't use those. I don't know. It's not Dragon Age, it's not Witcher, it's not Divinity. What platforms are possible? PC, Xbox One, PS4, Switch, Xbox 360, PS4, Xbox One, PS Vita. It could be on iOS or Android. Those are the possible platforms. Dark Souls. Ooh, Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 1. Okay. Nice. Nicely done, Hilden. The original Dark Souls. Bandai Namco publisher. I knew they'd be the publisher. Was gonna say that. Nice. Nice. I like it. So you're on delivery. Collider, get collision wave value. 10. There we go. Thought it was single player. Yeah, I think the fact that I think Dark Souls 3 does multiplayer as well. Wife's about to be on delivery too in a couple months. Damn. Your expenses are about to skyrocket. We're trying to go spend tax money on next country over. They also got saunas. You're moving to Sweden? Download this festival thing like TTS. But it has no Miku voice, so no funny. Unfortunate. Gotta get that voice sorted. Hoping that wife can get meds by some border hopping. Ah. Smart. Too much trouble to move prescriptions between countries currently. Oh, damn it. Okay, so they still fall through. I wonder if I just set the rotation of the X and the Y to not be allowed. Only shortlist that supports digital ones with Finland. Oh, there's only a short list that supports moving prescriptions between countries. Right. Right. Oh my god. Surprise need for water. Whew. Okay. So. Sorry, I was at school. That's fine, Broad. That's perfectly fine. Well, I've got like plus 10 meds. Jesus Christ. Generate it, we freeze it. So we set the collision to be disabled inside the ready of this, correct? What do you mean? It's right fucking here. No, so we don't set the collision to be disabled. Ooh. That's interesting. Do you like pizza Pringles? Honestly, I don't remember the last time I had Pringles. Like, if I'm being honest, the last time I had Pringles would have been like 10 years ago. Like, I just ate a can of Pringles, Mexican chili and lime, was rather limeful. I mean, that sounds like Mexican chili and lime. That does sound pretty good. So, just had a nail that cracked and whatnot that I needed to get rid of. It was annoying me. It was annoying. I'm not... Only interacts with floor and item. No, it's on collision layer item. It only overlaps floor and furniture. Got to go to Finish Apothecary to print out some international paperwork for all the meds and then get diagnoses that are translated and redo that every time prescription runs out. Less work to just buy the meds from the Finish Apothecary. Less work, just buy the meds. I love pizza Pringles. I eat every can if I have a lot of money. So that hasn't done anything. That hasn't done anything. Number of solver velocity iterations. The greater the number of iterations, the more accurate the CPU simulation will be at the cost of CPU performance. This needs to be at least 2 in order for friction to work, as friction is applied on them using the non-penetrating impulse from the previous iteration. Huh. One time I ate 10 cans in one day. So it is maybe better that they do not sell those here anymore. The number of iterations to run when depenetrating during motion queries. So we've dropped that down. Why? Why? What up, Sizzler? How you doing? How's your soup today? Been doing so much 3D modeling lately, and of course, first thing I had to do, coming back to programming, was making a list item selector for my settings menu. All right. Actually, I'm gonna close the store. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. Save game. Why is save game not working now? Why is save game not working now? God damn it. I haven't touched anything save game logic. Interesting. Huh. Yes. Excellent. No, the little guy, how dare you just kill her like that? You're evil. Yep. Yep. It's either that or the business goes bankrupt. Redid my pistol model last night and a bit of today. Nice. Hmm. So far, no cards have fallen through. So far, none have fallen through. There it goes. Shit. Why'd you add that to the game? Because I didn't want my shop sim just to be another shop sim. I wanted it to have something extra. So like, I don't want it to just be you buy your inventory, you sell it to people, you collect stuff. I didn't want it to just be that. I wanted to add some variance to it, some challenges, some things you have to overcome. So, when they're, it's only when they fall forward onto their front face. It's only when they fall, and it's this depth that's doing it. Turn off can sleep. Add a gun? Nah. Nah. So there's 3 things you can do. There's 3 things you can do with the bobbleheads that come to life. The first one, which is the only one that's implemented at the moment, is you throw them into the furnace and they, like, your shop gets a blessing for the remainder of the day to have more people come into the store and purchase stuff. The other is you can get a workbench, and the workbench allows you to, like, you can repair bobbles. So you can assign them to the workbench so that they repair the bobbles. But after 5 days, they become broken themselves and then require repairing. Or you can sell them to random people looking for things paranormal and whatnot. So, what do you want for Christmas? I don't really want anything for Christmas. Like, the birthday stream goal is going to be get me a Steam Deck. Get me a Steam Deck so I can test my games and whatnot on Steam Deck and resolve issues with that. It's only when they fall forward. There's got to be something in here. Enables jolts enhanced internal edge removal. Wow. For Rigid Body 3D, this can help alleviate ghost collisions. For example, Rigid Body 3D collides with the edges of two perfectly joined box shape. The removal only applies to the edges internal to a single body, meaning edges between separate bodies can still cause ghost collisions. You want your two front teeth? Well, I mean, dentists can fix that. Dentists can get you your two front teeth. Collision margin fraction. Forward or backward. So it's whenever this thinner, whenever this thinner width is landing, that's when it has an issue. If it's like the top or the bottom, that collides with the desk. You can try changing pivot origin. No. So like, I'm not going to change it so that it's fatter. Like, I'm not going to do anything that allows it to be like fat or anything like that. It's a rigid body, so it's gonna fall forward. You know, it's a pack of cards. They're not gonna stay upright. They're gonna like fall over, right? Not moving the origin into the center. I know what the issue is, XD. I know what the issue is. The issue is that this collision is too thin for collision detection to adequately work. I need to figure out how to make it work. It's got nothing to do with the origin or anything like that. See. It's not even a high speed. Troubleshooting physics issues. Zombie Simpson thing called the dud. Fair enough. Not cylinder. Scaled physics bodies. No, not scaled. Stacked objects. Unstable. Nope. Objects passing through each other at high speeds. Nope. I don't want to increase physics ticks. Because like I can increase physics ticks. So like I can bump this to like 120. Physics interpolation. Bring the last two transforms, so it's smooth motion scene. Yeah, no, I don't care about that. So I can increase that, but it means that there's going to be 2 physics frames for every... Two physics frames for every... Well, if they set it to 60 FPS, there'll be 2 physics frames for everything. Trust me, I have thought about scaling everything up so that everything's like 10 times as large, including the player. But then that requires me to go through everything and update everything. Which, that's just even worse. Yeah, scaling everything up was the first thing that I thought of. I don't want to do that, though. The scaling everything up is just a nightmare. Too much work in that. No. Okay, there we go. So increasing the physics ticks worked, but now I can't click it. There we go. So increasing the physics ticks works. But obviously that's not going to be good for low performance hardware. Note this property is only red when the project starts. Physics ticks may be simulated per rendered frame. Actually, only physics common max physics steps per frame. Physics ticks may be simulated. Yep. If more physics ticks have to be simulated per rendered frame to keep up with rendering, the project will appear to slow down, even if delta is used. Therefore, it is recommended to also increase the max physics steps per frame. If increasing physics, common physics ticks per second, significantly above its default value. What up, George Star? Thanks for contributing to the goal. Physics jitter fix. Controls how much physics ticks are synchronized with real time. For 0 or less, the ticks are synchronized. Such values are recommended for network games where clock synchronization matters. Higher values cause higher deviation of in-game clock and real clock, but allows smoothing out frame rate jitters. Default value of 0.5 should be good enough for most games. Values above 2 could cause the game to react to drop frames with a noticeable delay, and is not recommended. I guess I can leave it as that for now. I can leave it as that for now. If I untick that, I remove that, or reset that, I should say. Okay, let's see. What about the other collider, like the counter? That's not gonna help anything at all. It's purely to do with the size of the card collider. It's all like it's purely to do with that. Changing something on the counters collider isn't gonna fix anything to do with the card pack clipping through. Okay. Because the main thing I want to look at okay, so you got scared. We'll do it for a little bit longer. I hope it's still... Yeah, it's still getting the physics frames. Just the UI in the background's not updating as fast because it's not focused. Come on, I need some of them to fall forward. Because the problem is, running it on my hardware, it's going to run perfectly fine. Because I've obviously got higher hardware than most people. Maybe what I should do is I should export this to a Linux executable, like to a Linux game, and then set up one of my Raspberry Pis and see how well the game performs on a Raspberry Pi. Because if I run it on a Raspberry Pi and it runs fine, if it runs at like 40 or 50 FPS on a Raspberry Pi, well, that just fell through. Well, that's not good. Shit. Yeah, sweet. That was good. Yeah, that's fine. Still fell through. Still fell through. What specs am I running? We have a 7900 XTX Radeon GPU, and we have a Ryzen 9 7900X CPU with 64 gig Corsair Vengeance DDR4. I think it's 6000 megahertz. Yeah. Yeah. Something like that. Something like that. What are we at now for our goal? 22%. DDR5 at 6000. DDR5. 64 gigabyte Corsair Vengeance DDR5 at 6000. If I said DDR4, that was by mistake. Alright, let's think of some other potential solutions. I'm wondering if I set it up so that if it falls forward, it like blocks. Look up the dud. Why? Why would I look up the dud? I'm wondering if I have a separate collision on the bench, like on the counter, that is beneath the main one. And that only collides with that secondary furniture. But if I do that, no, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. So how do we get more precise? More precise collision detection. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to move rigid body directly. Should not use Mesh 3D and Collision Shape 3D animation. Use joints to move push object, that's fine. Try your suggestion of using the generic 6DOF joint. Make a difference. Use a third-party collision library. I'm not seeing anything that's like, oh yeah, if you want more precise 3D collision, change this. Oh snap, that reverted. Why did that revert? Why was that not jolt physics? I remember checking that in Godot 4. Like in 4.4. And it was jolt. Why did it change back to default? That's probably going to fix the issue. That's probably fixed basically all of it. Why did that change back? Unless I did change it one day and then I've accidentally reverted it at some point without realizing. Yes, Goose. Everything going wrong with Windows is because Microsoft has 30% of their code base written by AI. You'll notice that since they said that 30% of their code base is written by AI, I think it was February they said that. Ever since then, yeah, look at that. Look at that, that's better. Ever since they said that, it's just been getting worse and worse. The operating system has been getting worse and worse. So. Oh, wait, no, that one fell through still. Okay, so it's not perfect. Pin joint dampening is not supported when using jolt physics. The joint connects them. What joint? What joint? I'm not creating a pin joint. Okay, so if true, populates the face index field in the results of intersect ray. Also accessed through get collision face index. If false, the face index field will be left as its default value of -1. You had to choose Windows XP or Windows 11. Which one would you choose? When it's not an option. XP all the way. Bounce velocity threshold. Penetration slop. How much bodies are allowed to penetrate each other in meters? Disappearing into Linux as long as my fans work. That's fair. What up, Ezra? Beautiful boxes. Thank you very much. I'm trying to get some physics problems fixed. So I'm tweaking jolt physics until things work. How are you doing, Ezra? Maybe you know, Ezra. Do you know how, like, when it's like, you're like a thin collision layer hitting something just like stops it? Taking a stream break this week? Fair. Fair enough. See, that worked. But occasionally it doesn't. Occasionally when it like clips through. So like when the card pack falls forward, it hits. And then sometimes it'll clip through. Raycast from the thin object to look ahead. But then what? Like implement my own physics calculation to determine how far it should fall before stopping. Like hard code positions of the surface. Maybe have the limit. No. Sometimes it moves too fast. Like, even if I set its weight to 0.01 and set the gravity effect of it to 0.5, it'll still happen. Because, like, it's not like it's moving fast. It's not moving fast. It's moving slow enough for like a good 20 frames to pass. It's moving slow enough for enough physics processes to detect stuff. It's not like it's going bam, like instantly. I may have fixed it with some of the changes that I made to jolt physics. Because I've made some changes, and now I'm just testing to see if it happens again. And I haven't seen it happen yet. Table box is big. Yes, they both work too. The table box is large enough. Because it's not a complete box. It's a convex collider that goes around the mesh. But it's thick enough. It's thick enough to stop the collision. But I think I've corrected it now. We'll take a break from that. We'll do this. We'll come back to that after the ad break. The only other thing I can think of is text from inside the collision surface versus outside. in ad, by the way. That's all right, Ezra. We'll stop. We'll come back to it after the ads. A third person. The Division 2. Alright, still third person. It's a shooter. Third person shooter. Slime Rancher. It's a single player third person shooter. Probably sci-fi. Any clue? It's not going to be Call of Duty. What's a good shooter that was released? Arc Raiders is multiplayer. Gotta be single player. It's not Blueprints. It's not a Dragon Age. Oh my god, what is it? What is it, you gidunts? What is it? What are we looking at? What game is this? No, Dune Awakening's multiplayer too. Single player third person shooter. It's not Control, because that was 2019. You know what? I'm going to go Blueprints just to, like, figure out year. So 2023, 2024. Okay. Sci-fi horror survival would be... It's third person. Only third person sci-fi horror survival. It's not Amnesia the Bunker. That's first person. It's not The Forest, because that has first person. It's not Frontier. Alien Isolation. Dead Space. It could be Dead Space. I don't think it's Alien Isolation. I'm going to try the new Dead Space. Yep. The new Dead Space. Nicely done, XD. Nicely done. The new merch is out. Nice. Post links, Ezra. 99% burnt out designs. We're all burnt out. 100% of the time. Yeah, so Ezra. What I was saying, I made some changes and I was just testing it then. So the penetration slot, that was set to... That's the default. So I've changed that to 0.001. I also changed the sleep velocity threshold to 0.01. But I might even change that down even lower. So that way, yeah, things don't get put to sleep too early. Did it just fall through without any jitter? They were falling through without any jitter. I'm trying to replicate it now so that we can see it. But if I can't replicate it anymore, that tells me that the changes I've made have fixed it. Hard to speculate without the actual reputation. But all it was, like, it's very simple for me to explain. All it did was it would get placed on the like, it would spawn in above the table, pointing pointing up. It would land on the table, it would collide with the table, and then it would fall forward or backward, either one. And then when that face gets to the table, it would just fall through. That's all it was. So very, very simple to explain, very easy to imagine. Like, that's, yeah. Check out the design. That's right. 99% burnt out. Nice. Is that 99% burnt out? Like, is that mathematically 99% burnt out? 99% burnt out. Nice. 99% burnt out. Nice. Nice. I need to know if it's mathematically correct. It seems like the issue is fixed. Have you messed with physics ticks rate on settings too? No. I've left that as 60 because this game, the only time I will alter physics ticks is if I'm making an FPS that requires a like high physics calculation for like very fast moving things. How's it going, Symbol? It's like effing minus 20 times today, 20 degrees. That's winter. That's winter. I love seeing what the collision mesh looks like. Further speculate. Collision mesh for what? The card pack or the counter? Card and counter. Alright. I mean, it seems like it's all working fine. This is all it is for the card. It's just a box shape. Like, it's just a box around it. That's it. And the sale counter is a concave that just like goes around the mesh. That's it. So like that's thick enough. That's thick enough. We did add card Symbol. Every bobblehead is going to have 2 collectible cards. Yeah. I see the triangle on top. Yeah, that there's just because it's a convex polygon, so it's creating a point there, point there, point there that connect up, and then these 3 points connect up. That's all it is. These ones here on the outside, like this area down here, doesn't matter. That's just for placement of stuff. And then you've got the raycast block, these three. These three up here basically just prevent the player from raycasting through and seeing incorrect things. Do you think there's a chance of card landing on that line? There is a chance of the card landing on that line, but the card is not 0.000001 thick. Like, the card is going to land across it this way, and it's going to have plenty of thickness. But that's not the issue. You've got to remember, the issue is not with it landing on the table. It's when it falls forward and the longer flat face, it like hits. That's the issue. But we have fixed it by the looks of it. And it's not strange. Like, I'll show you what the issue was. I'll just show you what it was. What have you done to fix it? I went through that before. We tweaked some of the jolt settings. We tweaked some of the jolt settings, and it hasn't happened since we tweaked those jolt settings. But I'll get this set up. And we'll have people come in. And you'll see that when someone, like when it gets on there and it falls forward, it falls through. Does seem like the web seems to suggest jolt physics for more complex motions. For more precise physics calculations, yes. Yes. So those ones didn't fall forward, so that's not going to have the issue. You won't go away. Okay, they didn't fall forward either, so basically just need to wait for one to fall forward. That's all. God damn it. What's the reason behind some not falling? It's because of the collision shape. You got to remember, the collision shape's a rectangle. So it's a flat surface that it's landing on. It's not like it's rounded or anything, so... See if someone getting a bobblehead and whoops, that was wrong. That shouldn't be possible. That should not have been possible. I'm definitely going to randomize their angle when they get put on the bench. But like I'm not really worried about that too much at the moment. That's something I'm going to do later. Come on. God damn it. Someone just buy a bobblehead and cards. God damn it. Oh. I don't accept Amex, no. We only accept Citibank. Yeah. MasterCard and Visa are also not accepted in this store. Primarily because they can just piss off all the way to hell. Well, now they're not even falling over. I don't know what its issue is now. But anyway, so I'll change this to Jolt. I will revert the changes that I did make. And that should demonstrate to you what the issue was. Can't have bug if things don't move. This is true. This is true. So many cards. Okay. Okay. This is looking like a pretty fun mobile tablet game. I mean, if it runs well on those, then maybe I will pop them up there. So that one fell over, but Jolt Physics was able to catch it. Will ghosts and spooky things haunt the store if you don't clean up properly? Nope. Nope. I do need to put something in that incentivizes that. Come on. Now when I want the bug to happen, it just doesn't happen. Oh, damn it. Oh, that one almost did it. That one almost did it. You can see how it's like clipped through a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, mini clip. Come on. Come on, show the issue. There it goes. See? That completely fell through. And then because it's down there now, my raycast for interaction detection isn't long enough to get it. But what I did to fix it, So the changes we made to jolt physics that we haven't seen that issue with was we changed the penetration slot from 0.02 to 0.002. And we changed the sleep velocity threshold to 0.005 meters a second. So things aren't going to sleep if they're not traveling fast enough. And the amount of penetration slop that we care about, like how much they're allowed to penetrate, is less. Because if this is set to 0.2, the thickness of the collision box for the card pack and the cards are about 0.012. So that 0.02 is greater than the actual collision shape's size. So by having it like that, it's not gonna let it penetrate through anymore. So that's that one fixed. And there was another issue. That one's fixed. Oh, what was the other one that we noticed? There's 2 for the FPOS machine. FPOS sometimes default to having a value of 0.1. And I think that's just because when it's starting up and grabbing focus and stuff, something is triggering the, like, 1 button to be pressed. Would a greater value increase fall through chance? Just to see. Oh, it would. It definitely would. I guess alternatively, the game objects could overall be larger and camera to be more zoomed out. So that's the thing. I've thought about scaling up everything in the game to be a larger size in general. But the issue with that is I don't want to go through every single thing in my game and scale them up by 10. I'm not doing that. That's too much time for something that's, yeah, not worth it. Especially since I can fix it by just tweaking the jolt value. Like, tweaking the jolt physics, done. Everything's now good. Alright, so, bug. This would be with the FPOS. Allows a value higher than purchase price to be entered, which should not be allowed. I'm going to fix those 2 before we finish. So we've got 30 minutes. Let's get those 2 corrected. Payment FPOS. Process payment, amount required, switches into the purchase date. Then the FPOS screen, when it confirms, this we want to do if charging is greater than no, this doesn't care how much. Okay. If the amount is less than amount required, that should be the opposite. If the amount is greater than the amount required. Yeah. Gotta get out of here. Have a good one, Ezra. Have a good one. So that's that one fixed. And then bug. FPOS sometimes defaults. Sometimes starts with value of 0.1. Probably due to the one button being triggered by accident. So what we can do with that, it's really warm today, I'm noticing. It's very warm today. Apparently it's only 18 degrees, but it feels a lot warmer. Max of 25. Look at this. Look at this. Jesus Christ. You can tell that it's summer in Australia when they're like, all right, if you're gonna go outside, make sure to just cover yourself in sunscreen. All right? Also, have an umbrella and have a whole bunch of like tinted glass around you to reflect a lot of the UV. Make sure also you don't go outside. If you're going to go outside, that's important. Make sure you don't. These are just all of our warnings. It's going to be this GUI input. Oh no, there's a supernova outside. There's always a supernova outside. If there's a supernova inside, there's no more inside. It's now just outside. Yeah, I don't know. I can't see where it's being triggered. Because enter would do charge. We're not pressing 1. We know that much. Where's the... Like, how are we updating this thing? Or is it not here that it's being updated? Will you be live in 7 hours? I will be, XD. I will be streaming tonight. Amount. There we go. Charging. Reset it to 0. Let's see if that fixes that FPOS issue. Oh, that's the other issue. For some reason, it's not saving the game when you try to manually save. It'll be morning for you. You're one of those people that just lives in the past, I see. There we go. Now let's hope this FPOS is correct now. Okay, excellent. Come on, people. You need to pay with card. Thank you. There we go. There we go. Come on. Come up. Purchase stuff. Red Mohawk guy, purchase things and pay with card. God damn you. Go back to your dispensary. Pricks. It's almost like they don't appreciate me yelling at them. Yeah, I'll accept that. Oh my god, why is no one buying anything? Hey, there we go. Time zones confuse me. Between Asia and America, you suddenly go from +12 to -12. Yeah. There has to be a start point and there has to be an end point. Oh, damn it. Pay with card, you bastards. Thank you. Damn it. It started with 1 again. See, it says 0.1. It says 0.01. Why does it say 0.01? Pay with card. So it says 0. Now it says 1. Maybe it's interact. .01. Okay, so it says 0. Still says 0. Still says 0. Still says 0. Trying to find a cause. Now it says 1. Says 0. Okay, so it still says 0. Subtract 0.01 if 0.01. Still says that. Why? I'm not noticing anything that could be doing it. Now it says 1. Now it says 1. What triggered it to change? What? What? What's... I don't know. I'm gonna finish that up later.
It is the thing that made it change.
We're gonna finish that up later. We're gonna raid Science today. Because Finn said they were gonna be finishing up, so we're not raiding Finn today. I'm just gonna fix this up tonight. I'm gonna try and investigate it. See if I can get a solution that we can implement. But yeah, it's broken me. I don't know what it is. Not that. Wrong science. That one. That's the correct one. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll see what happens. We'll get that fixed tonight. So yeah, we'll do bug fixing tonight. We'll get these two knocked out. The save load one knocked out. I'll get some more of this stuff done today, so that we're not doing that stuff on stream. But easy done. Yeah. Simple. Wish list it on Steam if you haven't already, you gidunts. Alright, be amazing. Have a good one, Innsba, Sammy, Skate, everyone else that's lurking about. Oh shoot, wait, what? Cat. There's a cat being carried by a dog, and there's a dog that's lettuce. I think this one wins because it has both. Yep. Alright, see yous tonight all. Have a good one, you good dunce.